All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Mr. Court Officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is file number KCPC 2020-05, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We will call appearances now. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honors and everyone. The Specialist Prosecutor's Office today is represented by Filippo De Minicis, Associate Prosecutor, Julie Mann, Case Manager, and myself, Silvia D'Ascoli, Associate Prosecutor. Thank you.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honours, and good morning. Good morning, everybody. The participating victims today are represented by Brechtje Vossenberg, my co-counsel, and by myself, Annie Poes, counsel.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honor. The defense is represented by Mr. Betim Shala, my co-counsel, Ragnar Pillai, interpreter and investigator. Joining in the courtroom is also Mr. Mustafa and myself. I'm Julius von Monet.
Thank you. And I see that we also have the registry. Please, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, colleagues. Jonas Nilsson, Judicial Services Division in Registry.
Thank you. And for the record, you appear in front of Trial Panel 1. Before we begin with today's testimony, the panel would like to discuss something with the registry. Mr. Court Officer, could we please go into private session?
We are in public session, Your Honors.
Thank you. Madam Court Usher, can we please usher the witness into the courtroom, because now we will proceed to hear the testimony of defense witness 500, Mr. Hazir Borovici. Mr. Borovici, good morning and welcome to the specialist chambers. Can you hear me fine?
Yes.
First of all,
I'm very well, thank you.
we'll start with your testimony, Mr. Borovici. You are called to testify before the specialist chambers in the case of Salih Mustafa, in the case of the specialist prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa, to assist the panel to reach a verdict. After you have taken your solemn declaration to tell the truth, you will be asked questions by the defense counsel for Mr. Salih Mustafa on your right-hand side. Then the lawyers for the prosecution, and then the lawyers representing the victims admitted to participate in this case. I would like to provide you with some guidance for answering the questions that you will be asked. Mr. Borovici, please listen carefully to each question. If you do not understand, feel free to ask for the question to be repeated. Yeah? We want you to tell the truth, and we want you to tell you what you saw, what you heard, what you experienced, what you sensed. If you did not see or hear it yourself, yeah, please indicate it to us and tell us how you came to know it. You may not remember all details of the events. That is perfectly fine. Please testify on what you remember. Yeah? If you don't know, just say it. I don't remember, I don't know. I also remind you that you may object to provide your testimony on issues that might tend to incriminate you pursuant to Rule 151, Paragraph 1 of the rules. Yes, you have that right. Have you understood all that, Mr. Borovici?
Yes.
I would also like to give you some practical advice for your testimony. Everything that we say here is translated and recorded, so it's important to speak into the microphone on both sides of you, yeah? To speak clearly and to speak at slow pace, to allow the interpreters to translate everything. You should only start speaking when the person asking you a question has finished. And when a question is asked, please count in your head till 5 in order for the interpreters to properly hear, translate, and record what you're saying. If you have any questions, if you need a break, or if you need assistance, please raise your hand, and I will give you the floor, and you can explain what you need. Have you understood all this?
Yes.
As I must do with every witness, I will now ask you to read the solemn declaration to tell the truth, and I remind you that it is an offense within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers to give a false testimony. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Been given the solemn declaration, please read it out.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Borovici. You are now under oath to tell the truth. We can now begin with the testimony, and we will start with the questioning by the defense counsel. Defense counsel, you have estimated 2 hours for the questioning of this witness, and as usual, please inform the panel if there is a change in anything with regard to the time of your questioning. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I think that we will be most probably less than 2 hours.
Thank you, defense counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Borovci.
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
Mr. Borovci, I would like to discuss with you today the period of, in particularly 1999. However, maybe we will go into a little bit earlier date as of 1999. Mr. Borovci, let me simply ask you the question, do you recall when the NATO strikes started in 1999? Do you recall the date?
Yes, I recall it. That date is easy to remember for me and for every Albanian, since on that date, on that day, genocide and bloodshed stopped. The right of my people was understood for the first time.
The question was if you recalled the date, Mr. Witness, and I ask you to give an answer to the question. If there's need for further elaboration, we will ask you. Yes? So please stick to the answers that the lawyer wants to, no, please stick to the question that you are posed.
So my question, Mr. Borovci.
On the 24th of March, the first bombs fell on Serbian targets in 1999, on the 24th of March.
And at the time, where were you living at that time?
In the same place where I live today, Isa Castrati Street, Velani neighborhood in Pristina.
At the time, in that period of time, could you tell us what you were doing in professional-wise or volunteer-wise?
në atë periudhë
At that period, I was an activist or vice chairman of the third branch of LDK, Democratic League of Kosovo. I was part of the Emergency Council of Pristina, and I feel very good when I say to you that I was member of the Kosovo Liberation Army since I was a part of that army. I had my duties within the LDK branch. I had engagements in the Emergency Council or the Solidarity Council, and in addition, and it is my honor to say this again, I was part of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Get to each of those topics briefly, but just to get an indication from you, when was it that you actually joined the LDK?
në Lidhjen Demokratike të Kosovës.
I joined the LDK from the very beginning, from the end of 1989, beginning of 1990. In the circumstances this party was created, which were very difficult. Therefore, I decided to join this movement and not stay still and do nothing. And from that day to this day, I am a member and activist of the Democratic League of Kosovo. The circumstances when the LDK was created, thank you.
You said you were also working with the Municipal Council of Emergencies. Could you tell us when you started working for that, approximately?
Po, gjatë
Yes. Throughout 1998, the more the repression raised on the population, the higher was our determination to join the council. LDK, KLA, and the Emergency Council were of humanitarian character. The displaced population needed shelter, food, clothing, medicaments. So this is the field where I was engaged in 1998, 1999, up until the week after the beginning of the NATO strikes on the 24th of March, when we were forced to leave Pristina.
Get back to that point later in time. Just you said, and would you please be brief on this? Could you briefly describe what the Municipal Council for Emergency did? And we know already a little bit about it, but if you could briefly describe what that council did and what you did in particular.
në Këshillin Komunal për
The Municipal Council for Emergencies was the point where all assistance was gathered: food, clothing, medicaments, and from that council there were also sub-councils, and those sub-councils then distributed the aid to the families that were displaced from the war zone areas. I personally, my friends and the LDK activists and KLA soldiers helped in the collection and distribution of supplies to the families in need.
And what was it? In which neighborhood did you live in Pristina? What is the name of the neighborhood where you were living?
Po në rrugën
Isakastrati Street in Pristina, whereas the neighborhood itself is known as Velania. This is where I lived, where I was active, and this is where I live and operate today.
And the Municipal Council of Emergency, where was that located in Pristina? Could you tell that?
ndodhej po në Velani
It was located in Velania, in a house, if I'm not mistaken, a 3-story house. That was the location where the aid was collected and from where it was distributed to other sub-councils and neighborhoods of Pristina. There was a council at central level. I am talking about the Municipal Council of Pristina and the location where this Municipal Council for Emergencies was situated in Pristina.
The distribution of that aid, how would that be done in practice? How would the goods be distributed to the people who needed those goods?
Po kur e thash fillimisht
Well, when I mentioned at the outset the LDK, next to the Municipal Council for Emergencies offices, the house, there was the office of the 3rd branch of LDK, a couple of hundreds of meters away. And together with activists of LDK and the heads of families that were displaced, we distributed the aid through the persons in charge of the sub-councils. We distributed them by hand, in bags, depending on what the aid was, whether it was food or clothing and so on. There were also associations such as Mother Teresa and other associations that were responsible for medical part. But the council distributed the most necessary things, the basic necessities.
In March 1999, did this distribution of goods became more difficult? And if so, what kind of difficulties would you meet?
vështirësitë ishin të shumta.
There were many difficulties, not only in March, but before March as well. But in March, these difficulties reached their peak because there were paramilitaries, militaries, and police forces of the Serbian regime in Pristina. There were many checkpoints, and the opportunity to be active diminished, and after the 24th, it was impossible to carry out these activities that I described. Every activist, be they from the LDK or the Municipal Council for Emergencies or the KLA, that would be caught, would be arrested, maltreated in the most disgraceful ways. So these were the difficulties in the second part of March, and as I said, from the 24th, the difficulties increased due to the bombings, NATO bombings, and we had to take to another kind of approach.
And the population at that time, and my question is in this regard, did you experience yourself or in your neighborhood that there was aggression against the population? And if so, where did that come from?
Ne në marshin për
During March, we are talking about, which was the month of genocide. It was no longer just a repression month or the month of imprisonments. The regime had passed on to genocidal acts, as the case was with the Ashari family and many other families in Dukajin and in other parts. So we can no longer speak merely of repression, but of genocide. Under these circumstances, as a member of the KLA, together with my comrades, in addition to what I explained earlier that I was doing, we decided to host, to accommodate civilian population, large numbers of them. We placed them above the road in Velania neighborhood because the building, there were...
Council,
Yeah.
your question was aggression
Yes.
against... So I don't want to interrupt you all the
yeah.
time, but please, if you see that the witness is deviating from what
Yes.
you want to elicit, stop him, because if not, I will be on top
Yes.
of him every time he speaks if he deviates. So
Yes.
it's up to you.
So, what kind of aggression did the population in your neighborhood or near you or to you actually experienced?
popullata
That was my
afër
question.
popullata
The population near us was arrested, maltreated physically. They were interrogated, detained, and in every part of the neighborhood, nobody could enter or leave that area without being checked, with the exception of some specific lines that we used ourselves very cautiously.
And did you have to leave at some point Pristina, or did you remain in Pristina? And I'm trying to be clear, when the NATO strikes of the 24th of March began, did you remain in Pristina, or did you leave at some point in Pristina?
paraprakisht kishu marrë
we had already decided, in cooperation of the heads of the households living there and other comrades, to stay by the side of the population, to defend them, so that they weren't taken away at all times, and nobody knew their fate. And if need be, we were willing to put up a resistance, but always having in mind the civilian population.
Was if you stayed in Pristina or you left Pristina. And I'm going to say it again. No, you wait now. We are here, Mr. Borovici, with a specific purpose. And the Defense Council wants to elicit a type of information and not other information that you want to share. You are not here to share information because you think it's important. You need to answer to the questions that are put to you, and we have a certain amount of time. And if you start talking about all kinds of things, that means that that could be not relevant for the case here. So please stick to the questions. If not, I will be interrupting you all the time. And this is now the third time that I've warned you. So please listen to what we are saying to you. Defense Counsel, please proceed. And also,
Yes.
it's task for you to interrupt the witness if you see that he is not answering your question.
Yes. So, Mr. Witness, my question comes back to you once again. Did you remain in Pristina on the 24th of March, at the time that the NATO strikes began, or did you leave at some point in time Pristina?
On the 24th of March, we remained in Pristina up until the end of March, when our neighborhood was surrounded in 3 directions. When that happened, we left the area together with the population.
And you said that you left the area, and what was the reason for you to leave?
We were in the service of the population, seeing that we were surrounded by numerous police, military forces, and armed civilians with heavy weapons. There were 2 ways for us to follow: to resist or to guide the population, because they entered the houses, set fire to them, and so in order to save the population, we decided, together with the population, some of us leading them, some of us in the middle, and I was at the end of that column of people in order to guide them to the right place. So we left towards a more secure place.
Did you actually leave? When was that? How long was that after the 24th of March NATO airstrikes?
Yes, I remember the date. It was the end of March. In my statement, indeed, I have said 28th of March. But since I'm under oath, we didn't leave on the 28th, but at the end of March. So on the 31st of March, we were obliged to leave Pristina. And I want to thank very much the people who showed us the right way and took us to a mountainous area in the vicinity of Pristina.
In which direction was this population that you were explaining about, which direction did they go?
Në drejtim të
In the direction of Butov's village in the vicinity of Pristina. It is a mountainous area.
Yourself as well when you left?
po bashkë
Yes, together with other comrades and the people, civilian population, escorting them and defending them.
Place chosen, Butovs. Why Butovs?
po I kishëm
We had several alternatives, but being surrounded in three directions from Yahodive graveyard cemetery, the military forces were coming from another area came the military forces, and from the hospital neighborhood the police forces. So I want to thank Professor Mustafa and Mr. Sopi.
Answer the questions. You are not here at this moment in time to thank people, okay?
So, I understand, Mr. Borovci, that there were coming from three sides forces. My question was, why going to the direction of Butovs? Was there no alternative, or was there something in particular that that was chosen?
njerëzit që ishin me ne
The people who were there with us were more familiar with Butovs, and it was easier for them to guide the population towards Butovs.
Council,
Yes.
just for the record, it's at 10 o'clock, less or more, the registry left the courtroom. I want to state it for the record, please.
Okay. You said the people who were there with you were more familiar with Butovs. Who were these people that were familiar with Butovs? About who do you speak?
ishte profesor
Professor Mustafa Sopi, Gani Riza Sopi, and some others.
And how did you know these people?
me profesor
With Professor Mustafa Sopi, we grew up together. We worked together.
You said that you went to Butovs, and it was on the 31st of March, I understand. And where actually were you or this large amount of people accommodated?
fillimisht
Initially, we were accommodated in several houses in Butovs. In the family of Mustafa Sopi's house, the house of Sinan Sopi, the houses of Recice, Ilmi, and some other Recice cousins. On the first night, I personally stayed at Smile Sopi's house, who were the parents of Mustafa Sopi, They had several houses and there were several cousins there. That's where we were accommodated during the first night. Another part of the population went in the direction of Mramor. They were escorted by our friends, some others in the direction of Sutjeska.
Is Suteska a neighborhood of Mramor?
Po është një paralajm
Yes, it's a part of Mramor, but it is also close to these other Butovs.
I understand that you arrived in Butovs. You stayed there. Did you stay there? Until when did you stay there in Butovs?
deri
I stayed there until the date when the peacekeeping forces entered Kosovo, namely on the 12th of June.
Was Butovs a safe place to stay?
asnjë vend nuk
No place was safe, but in those circumstances, Butovs was for us the most safe place, the safest place.
Could you experience actually bombings near Butovs or around Butovs or in Butovs?
po
Yes. Yes, maybe more than in any other place. There were shellings, bombings, because it was near, or if I want to follow the advice of our honor, to speak more briefly, I experienced numerous shellings because it was a very strategic point where the Serb forces, police, army was located at the place we call Tepishat, which means at the pines.
So strategic about that point.
po ajo ishte një pikë
It was an elevated point, and even before the war, but the more so during the war, there was a large concentration of Serb military and police forces along with civilians, because from that point they could overlook the entire area. That's why it was a dangerous place. I and my friends stood on guard in order to protect the population, the civilian population, because the civilian population were staying on a lower place. They, the forces, were staying at this elevated point, and if we didn't stay there, the population would be in danger. But we constantly kept guard there to protect the civilian population.
We constantly kept guard there to protect the civilian population. Who are we that you are speaking about? When you say we kept
ne mendoj
I'm speaking about myself and some of other members of the KLA station there, because it was a very important point for us, both of us. For us, I mean the KLA.
And once again, can you name maybe some of the other people who would also guard the population there?
Po
Yes, it was me, Ganis Sopi, Mustafa Sopi, Yakupi, Sabiti, this is now Sabit Mushica. There were two Sabits. It's very interesting that that family members also joined our forces, Rechichis. And there were many volunteers, but we didn't have weapons. They were willing to join us, but we stood at the most dangerous point.
Was to give names, if you could remember. So stick to that.
You said you stayed in Butovs. Did you stay with the family Sopi all the time, or did you have accommodation elsewhere, or near them, or wherever?
natën e parë
The first night I stayed there. Then I moved to the family of Rechicha. And but they were separated only by a hill. It wasn't a great distance, but you had to climb the hill and then climb down.
Yes, please, don't give those kind of details. Yeah, if you are asked to give an answer where you would stay, then you give the other house, and that's enough.
Did you ever meet Salih Mustafa in Butovs?
po jum takuar.
Yes, I met him.
And do you recall how long that was after your arrival in Butovs?
Orientimisht do thotë ka qenë data
I think it was the second or the third.
do thotë
The 2nd or the 3rd of April 1999. The first week, meaning the 2nd or the 3rd of April 99.
Did you meet him there?
veni ku
The place where I was standing guard in that point that I mentioned, nearby is the house of Mustafa Sopi, where some families were accommodated. And after finishing my duty, we came to rest and we passed by the house of Mustafa Sopi, and that's where I met Salih Mustafa. Earlier on, I didn't know him, but they were celebrating Bayram, and Professor Sopi introduced me, and based on the words that he was saying to the population and to us, I realized that it was Salih Mustafa.
They were celebrating Bayram. Was that the first or the second Bayram?
Bajrami i vogël.
The second Bayram, the small Bayram, we used to call it.
Us what the Bayram is. What the second Bayram is. What kind of holiday is that, or what is there to celebrate?
Bajrami zakonisht
Usually, we Muslims have two feasts, the Big Bayram and the small one. The Big Bayram lasts longer, 2, 3, 4 days. And that's why I recalled the date when we were celebrating Bayram. So it means the first week of April of 1999.
And the celebration of a Bayram, was that considering the period in which you were staying there, was that special rather than any other occasion that you celebrate a Bayram?
Po, ishin ndryshe për shkak se aty
Yes, because we could not prepare as we usually do, because we were living under very difficult conditions. We were not able to prepare meals and stuff like we do usually. But still, we, in a way, celebrated it, congratulated one another on it.
I understand that was the first time that you saw him. Did you see him there regularly in Butovts in that period of time?
po jemi takuar
We met also at other times, but we didn't talk much because of the specificities of the place in Rečić. But we met, I think, during the second half of April in Butovs.
And directly after this Bayram celebration occasion, could you indicate how frequent you saw him there in Butovts?
po kemi mujt të takojmë të mos
We have seen, but we have not talked. But I have met him several times, maybe 3, 4, 5 times. I can't be precise. But I mean, during this period, I have seen him several times, and we have talked a few times. More times I have seen him, and less times I have talked to him, because he also advised us, suggested us what to do. And when I first saw him, I listened to what he was saying and advising the civilian population. Then I recalled what Mustafa Sopi had told me about him, and I realized that it was him.
Could you clarify about what period we are talking? Because he referred to this period, but for me it's not clear what period we are talking about.
And the period that you are talking about, this is the period...
No, please.
Your Honors. Yes.
No, I ask you just to ask what period. I don't
Yes.
want, yes, but I don't want you to give already a possible answer.
No.
Please don't feed the witness.
Yeah.
Just ask what period are you referring to?
Yes.
And if not, I can ask the question myself.
Yes. And the period that you are talking about, what period is that?
The 2nd or the 3rd of April, that is the first week of April, until the 15th, 16th, 17th of April. That's the period I had in mind.
What did Mr. Mustafa do exactly in Butovs? I understand you did not always speak with him, but but only saw him. But what would he be doing there?
Fjala është për Mustafën.
We are talking about Mustafa. That's what you are asking me, am I right? Mustafa Sopi?
When you would see him there, what would he be doing?
Fillimisht
When I first saw him, he was raising the morale of the civilian population. He was telling them how to assist one another, to assist their children. He always suggested to us not to leave the population alone, and he asked us, especially the more experienced ones, to be at the most dangerous points, to stand there, to stand on guard, to be where they were closer to the Serb points. And from this, I understood that Mustafa was right in what he was telling us about Salih Mustafa, before I personally knew him.
Mr. Borovci, what would Mr. Salih Mustafa be wearing on the occasions that you would see him there?
me thon drejtën
To tell you the truth, I don't remember anything worth remembering. It's been 20 more and more years since then. But he had a jacket, greenish in color. That's what I remember. So I don't remember anything standing out.
Would he be carrying a weapon?
armë djetron, armë të lehtë.
Not heavy weapons, light weapon. But I don't remember what type of weapon. However, it was not a heavy weapon, it was a light weapon.
And did he have any contact with Mr. Mustafa Sopi that you know of, or that you have seen?
Kontaktet me Mustafën I ka pas
The contacts with Mustafa were from earlier because he was staying at Mustafa's house and also he was his student. Moreover, in prison, through Professor Sopi, he would tell us.
Did Mr. Mustafa have contact with Mustafa Sopi that you know or that you have seen?
po kishte kontakt.
Yes, he did.
Occasions that Mr. Mustafa was there, do you know if he stayed overnight there in Butovsk?
Po Mustafa ka qëndru
Yes, Mustafa stayed unless this I didn't see, but unless he left in the group of soldiers who entered the city to get food, but I didn't see that.
Or hear that he would enter the city to get food or whatever. Did you hear that from him personally, or did somebody else tell you, or did you?
No, Mr. Counsel. What I said was it could have happened that he went, but I didn't see that. And if he did, if he didn't, then he stayed in Butovsk. There were soldiers with heads of families who went to the town to bring food for the population. This was dangerous, but we had to help the population to secure foodstuffs for the population from the town. There was a lack of medicaments, lack of clothing.
That will suffice as an answer.
If people would need to go to town to get this material, how long would that take them? Did you ever hear that from somebody who went there, or did anybody else tell you that, or?
Defense counsel, can you specify which town you are talking about?
In the period of the
No. Which town you're referring to? A town?
Pristina.
Yes, but
of course.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Yes.
Of course, there are more towns in Kosovo.
So did people tell you how long it would take to actually go to town, to Pristina, to get goods from there and bring them back to Butovsk?
It could take 2 hours, 3 hours, depending on the obstacles and the difficulties that they were faced with. Since when they would go to the town, they had to be very cautious. There were concentrations of forces in neighborhoods. So sometimes it took longer to get to the houses and get the food. The distance of the road in the normal circumstances, notwithstanding the terrain which goes up and down from Butovsk to Pristina, in normal circumstances you can make this distance in 1 hour, but in war circumstances it can take you 3, 4, 5, 6, depending on the obstacles.
Understand. Did you ever go to other places from Butovsk yourself, or did you remain in Butovsk?
Only in Butovsk, with the exception of one time in VT, where we had some family members, and together with a professor, we visited them. So Professor Mustafa had family there, and I had also family there. And once to Sutiesk, which is like a neighborhood adjacent to Mramor. But the rest of the time I was in Butovsk and not willing to leave that point that I mentioned earlier, which was the most dangerous one.
Mr. Burovci, were you a KLA? Were you in the KLA?
Defense counsel, sorry to interrupt you. Could you ask the witness with regard to the distance what means of transportation he meant? Because for me that's not clear yet.
Okay. Mr. Witness, if people would be going to town, to Pristina, what means of transportation would they use in order to go to Pristina and come back?
I meant more specifically, of course, with regard to the time frame he just gave us. He said 1, 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. It's not clear if he is measuring by car, by foot, by tractor.
Yeah, that's a means of transportation.
Yes.
I think. So that's why my question was, what means of transportation would...
Yeah.
But,
But you were making
I'll-
it more general. It goes back to his question and to your question and his answer. It is not in general what I meant.
How did people go to Pristina, if they would go to Pristina, from Butovts? You say it took them 3 hours or more in the period of time. How would they go to Pristina?
Mendoj se
Maybe it's in the interpretation, but I will repeat what I said and I'll speak slowly. Most of the time on foot, and to go on foot, if there are no obstacles, it takes you 1 hour in one direction and 1 hour to come back. 5 to 6 hours if there were obstacles, and there were many obstacles, since in the neighborhoods, in the houses, at checkpoints, there were police, military forces, civilians. So sometimes people who would go to fetch the food would have to stay and wait for an hour, 2 hours in a house and follow the movements of those forces before they can leave safely. As for your Honor's question, by a vehicle, by car,
By vehicle, by car?
The point was transportation you were doing. You don't have to repeat the obstacles. We wanted to know how people would go if they would go to Pristina. That was my point. Would they also go by car?
shumë po kanë shkuar, po
yes, but rarely. Maybe sometimes by a tractor, taking this great risk to be able to bring the food, and sometimes by car for part of the road. It is a mountainous area, as I said, so they could go up to a certain point by car and then continue on foot. So depending on the difficulties is also the means of transport, but most of the time they went on foot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. And for next time, if I raise my hand, I meant that you could stop talking, but I don't want to talk, because if not, I interrupt what the interpreters are saying. So if I start speaking to you, then it becomes complicated for them. Yeah? That was the reason that I was raising my hand. Please proceed, Defense Counsel.
faleminderit.
Thank you.
Were you in the KLA?
Po kum qenë në UÇK.
Yes, I was in the KLA.
When did you actually join the KLA?
Në fillimet e
In the beginning of 1998 or January 1998.
how did you actually join the KLA?
Bashkarisht
Together with comrades, LDK activists, friends who I knew for a long time, who knew each other for a long time. Their parents knew each other, so we were the second, third generation to know each other. And seeing the danger that our population was facing, we decided to join and become part of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Could anybody join the KLA, or was it reserved to specific groups only?
nuk që kë fillimisht
In the beginning, everybody could join the KLA, whoever had the will, the possibility, ability to join. KLA was the people, and the people were the KLA.
The KLA, within the KLA, was there any distinction as to people who were from a political party or a religion or any other distinction?
jo zoti
No, Mr. Counsel. Had there been a distinction, I, at the time, was vice chairman of the LDK branch. There was no distinction, be it from the aspect of affiliation, political affiliation, or religion. They were trying to improvise things to divide us, but when it comes to your homeland, to freedom, everybody was together. The LDK, KLA, and other entities were all together, and there were no distinctions in terms of religion or political affiliation.
And where were you in the KLA? I mean, which area that you were in the KLA? Was there a particular area?
Defense Counsel, do you mean geographically?
Yes,
or-
geographically, that's what I mean.
Okay,
I-
then
I-
please specify.
So, my question was there a particular town, village, or area, or region in which you served in the KLA?
ishum pjesë e
We were part of Pristina.
And what exactly did you, first, in Pristina, how was the KLA organized?
fillimisht
In the beginning,
Beginning, can you specify what you mean with the beginning? So which time frame should I look at?
po flasëm prej
I'm talking for the period from 1998 up to the moment when we left Pristina. When I say in the beginning, I mean initially January, February, March, April 1998. In the beginning, initially, we did not have knowledge, and to tell you the truth, we were not interested who was what functions. What was important for us was how to organize ourselves, what can we do to help our people, our country, our liberation efforts. So in these circumstances, a group of friends, those that we friends who knew each other, because at the time you could not simply trust everybody, it was a problem. So thanks to the fact that we knew each other very well and were activists of the LDK, in this direction we decided to organize ourselves and operate, become active in Pristina. Later on, sometime in July, while working at the Municipal Council for Emergencies, we were arrested.
For what were you arrested then? Were you arrested?
Can we finish, please, this part of the organization? Because wasn't he explaining about how the KLA was organized? And then he said something about how it was organized in the beginning.
And then in
Not too organized, but there's also an after the beginning. And then we can maybe go into this arrest, but let us finish this part.
Very well. Could you then explain, then you said, I think June, July 1998. From that moment on, was there any development in the organization of the KLA in Pristina?
Fillimisht,
Initially, again, I'll go back. Initially, I don't know if it's the interpretation, but in the beginning, initially, a group of friends in the Oda, in the house of Mustafa Sopi,
How the KLA was organized at the beginning in Pristina. Yeah, that we have understood. You were talking about the months of January, February, March, April. Then the second part of 1998. How was the KLA in Pristina then organized? Just a plain answer. Huh? Not going back, because we heard that, the first part. We have written it. We can read it as often as we want. So don't repeat that.
më vonë vinin
later on,
lajmër
the ranks of the KLA grew, volunteers would join, and gradually the ranks of the KLA grew in Pristina.
And eventually in 1999, was there any difference then in the organization? Or did it remain as you just explained?
në i njëjti organizim.
It was the same organization, except for the fact that the strength, the numbers grew. We continued to do the same things, and in 1999, as part of the army, we began with guard duty. We began to be more engaged in observation duties, in collecting information, because repression, violence, arrests, imprisonments, they grew in number as well.
Talking about the organization, not about the tasks. Defense Counsel, please
Yes.
bear in mind that it's 5 minutes to
Yes.
11.
And you just touched upon the tasks. Why was that necessary to do these tasks like observation or guard duty? Would that be, first of all, would that be done by the volunteers that joined the ranks of the KLA? Do I understand that well?
Edhe nga
Both by the soldiers and the volunteers, so the activists of the LDK and members of their family, that is, the heads of the families. So we would stand guard duty together. If there was no guard duty in the evenings, they would enter and maltreat the people and then blame it on the KLA as if the KLA is doing bad deeds. So their aim was to create division amongst the population, and that's why we wanted to get organized so that they cannot come and go whenever they want, enter and leave whenever they want.
What would be done with the information that was gathered from the observations?
I marshmi edhe
We would get whatever could see, we would collect it and then pass it on to Isa Castrati, and then they had their own line to whom they had to hand over that information. I personally handed this information to Isa Castrati and also to Professor Sopi.
Would be observed.
vëzhgoje pozicionet e
The positions of the army, the police, and civilians, because their number increased, the heavy weaponry also increased, and there were also inner information about the conditions of the population, civilian population, as in what does the population need. So this was the character of information.
And from which points would these observations be made?
unë mund të flas vetëm për
I can only speak about Velania part, that is the part that we covered. Brigade Velani and the part that links with the Butov's part, Matichan. So we were responsible for this part, whereas other parts of Pristina were under responsibility of other groups.
But my question was more from which kind of points? Would it be hills or rooftops or private homes or just movements on the streets? From where would these observations be made?
Varësisht ku kanë qenë të koncentruar.
Depending on the whereabouts of the Serbian forces, if, for example, they were in military barracks and moved from there, depending on the geographical position of the barracks, whether it was towards High Valley or in the direction of Velani. So we observed those points sometimes from the hill, sometimes from the houses, sometimes from the street, but in a very cautious and hidden, so to say, way. We had also many people who had been displaced and were sheltering in the houses.
Your Honor, I think it is really the time.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. We are going to have a break for half an hour, and you will be ushered out, Mr. Borowci, by Madame Courtosher, and we will see each other in half an hour. Okay? Thank you.
Yes.
Madame Courtosher, thank you. We will break and we will resume in 30 minutes from now. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Let us call appearances, same composition, and in the same composition. For the record, the composition has not changed. Before I usher the witness in, I have a question for the defense counsel and also a more general remark. Defense counsel, the panel would like to know if you could clarify the relevance of your last question posed to the witness in relation to the defense case and the indictment with regard to the observation from where it was done.
Your Honor, it's just to make understand that whatever the functions of these people were in the KLA, and we are trying to qualify, or so to speak, get a good picture of the KLA, then the first thing is of who did it consist, what did they actually do then, and from where or what locations could that be done. And rather than focusing on the KLA as a joint criminal enterprise or any other qualification that is made in the indictment, we just want to make sure that we have a good picture of the KLA, in particular the KLA where that functioned in the particular area where the witness was. And that will, in our view, bring a better picture or paint a better picture about the totality of the KLA rather than maybe qualifying it as a group of people that we see only in the areas or in the functions of a brigade or a specific unit, combat or non-combat. So I think that in that particular area, it helps a great deal that we get a better overall picture of how the KLA existed, of what it consisted, and in particular the areas where Mr. Mustafa was also operating.
Thank you, Defense Counsel, for clarifying it. I leave it there, but I will, at more moments in time, if it comes up, ask you to clarify some of the questions asked. And secondly, the panel is puzzled by the fact that at times when the witness do not directly respond or respond only partially to the questions asked, you are not asking further clarifications in order to receive a clear answer. Puzzled is maybe, I try to say it in, I will say, yeah, I'm puzzled, more than puzzled. Because if you ask a question, I assume you want to have an answer to that question and not leave the witness talk about something different. So I urge you to ask questions and elicit clear answers from the witness, so relevant questions and elicit clear answers from the witness in order to receive targeted information relevant for the purposes of the defense case. We have a lot of witnesses to go, and I don't want to continue interrupting you because answers are not being given or only partially, and you don't follow up on that. Because if you ask an answer, I assume that it's important for the defense case. And if not, the question should not be posed. So, having said that, we will now continue with the interrogation of the witness. And Defense Counsel, could you inform the panel how much time you think you will be needing still?
I think, honestly, we will be finishing shortly.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. Madame Court-Usher, could you usher the witness in? Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Thank you.
Give the floor now to the Defense Counsel to continue with the questioning. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Mr. Witness, before the break, you said at some point that you had been arrested in 1998. When was that?
I was not arrested in 99, but in 98. In July, 24th of July, 1998.
What was the reason for that?
Because I worked for the freedom of my people, because I was a member of the Council for Emergency, because I was a member of LDK, and they had suspicions that we were working for the KLA. I was on the way to returning home when I was arrested.
Could you clarify how could they know that you would be working for the Municipal Council for Emergency?
When we were arrested, at that moment, we were on our way back from a branch of this council, Sofalia branch. And they asked us, and we said that we are returning from the Municipal Council for Emergency. We didn't tell them that we were a member of the KLA or members of the LDK, just told them that we are returning from the Communal Council for Emergencies, from one of the branches, sub-council. But they did what they intended. They subjected us to a very severe mistreatment. I don't want to speak about that.
Conclude that part. The Municipal Council for Emergency, did other people have the same kind of problems with police or other forces that you were arrested by?
Yes, other people had the same problem. It was not only myself who was arrested. We were together with the chairman of the branch and Isaac Asrati, the chairman of the Communal Council, with Gani Sopi and with Sabit Mushica. So there were other people besides me who had this problem. But I spoke to you about the moment when I was arrested and the reason why.
If I understood well, the Municipal Council for Emergency was a kind of humanitarian organization, so to speak. So why would that be a target?
Exact.
The right, it dealt only with social issues, with the collection of foodstuffs, clothes, and things that were needed for the displaced families, those who had left the zones of war. It had an entirely humane character, dealing with solidarity issues, the well-being of the displaced population. It was a center where everything needed by the family in this situation were collected.
Let me just consult for a moment, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Your Honor, we have no further questions.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. Okay, then I turn to the Specialist Prosecution Office. Madam Prosecutor, would the SPO be ready to continue with the cross-examination now?
Your Honor, if I might suggest that we go for an early lunch break if that's doable. Otherwise, we will continue.
And
Just in order to get organized also with the references of today's transcript. But I leave it to Your Honors.
I understand, and I think it's useful if we have the references, of course, given for the transcript. Yes. So then, what we would do is, I will consult with CMU to see how we can change the schedule, and then we have 2 hours. And I also look at the defense. Then we would have 2 sessions this afternoon of 1.5 hours. Or 1 hour, 1.5 hours and 1 hour. But I will discuss it with CMU here with Mr. Court Officer. What we will do is we will now indeed have an early break of 1.5 hours like always, and then we will continue with 1.5 hours of a session, have a 15 minutes break, and then the time we haven't done now before lunch, what normally would be lunch, we will add it at the end, and so we will have at the end a normal working day. Will be 4, 4:15, or earlier when we finish. Yeah, it might be that we don't have a session tomorrow, and that we will have anything tomorrow. We have, of course, a reserve day for tomorrow, but it might be that we finish already today. Yeah. Mr. Witness, it has been short. We will go again for a break, and after that break, it is the Specialist Prosecution Office who will do the cross-examination of you, so they will be posing questions to you. Yes, so thank you for now, and Madame Court Usher will usher out again. And I see past 1.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, have a good lunch break. I see you back at 1:15.
All rise. All rise.
I see that we are in the same composition, so we can proceed. Madam Court Usher, could you usher the witness in? Welcome back, Mr. Borovici.
Thank you.
Very well. Madam Prosecutor, it's your turn for the cross-examination. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honors. Good afternoon, Mr. Borovci.
Good afternoon.
The prosecution, we will ask you questions in cross-examination this afternoon. Just before we start, a couple of reminders. Since we have limited time, I would ask for your cooperation in carefully listening to my questions and answering precisely what is asked of you. So just please focus on the questions, try to give short answers, and if there is a need to expand or go into details, I will let you know. Thank you. Is that clear? Okay, I'll continue. I want to start with some photos and open source material. Mr. Borovci, you have a Facebook account, right?
Yes.
I'd like to show you some posts from that account. Can I please have on the screens SPOE 0032 5565 to 0032 5565. Mr. Witness, you will see the photo appearing on the screen. Can you see that now on your screen?
Yes.
Photo that you posted on 9 October 2013. Do you remember this post?
Kjo foto është bërë
This photo was taken after the war. I don't remember.
Just a second, let me ask the question and then I'll give you the opportunity to reply. So first of all, I wanted to confirm that this is yourself, right? The man appearing on the photo. Can you answer on the record so that we have it on the transcript instead of just nodding? Yes.
Yes.
And on your, so on the left and the side of the photo, there's the emblem of the guerrilla BIA, right? While you appear on the right-hand side on the photo, correct?
Yes.
So, Mr. Borowski, were you in fact a member of BIA?
I was a member of the KLA and of the guerrilla unit, which was part of BIA. Part of the National Liberation Army, part of BIA.
Okay, so you meant that when you said I was part of the, sorry, let me get the reference. When you said I was part of the guerrilla unit, you meant that you were part of BIA, right?
A member of the KLA of Pristina part, and of the guerrilla, which was part of the KLA, part of the guerrilla unit, because the guerrilla unit was part of the KLA.
Of BIA, when you talk about guerrilla unit, I mean, of course, we're talking about KLA units. I just want to clarify because my question was specific. I asked you whether you were a member of BIA. Yes or no?
I was member of the National Liberation Army of Pristina guerrilla unit, where I operated in Velania.
Is it fair to say that this specific guerrilla unit operating in the Pristina neighborhood of Velania was a part of the BIA unit?
Yes, it was part of that unit.
Now let's look at another post. This can be removed, please. Can I please have on the screen ERN SPOE 0032 5566 to 0032 5566. Can I also have next to it, on the other side of the screen, the English translation of, let's say, the comment next to the photo, which is at SPOE 00325566ET. Thank you. Can you see the poster, Mr. Borowski?
Yes, but if possible, can you zoom it in, please? Microphone for you, please.
Now, the photo on the left-hand side of the screen has been zoomed in. Can you see it now, Mr. Borowski?
Yes, yes, I can.
We have, with the English translation, also the photo visible. Can I ask Mr. Kotoftis to please show the comment in the original language? Thank you very much. Mr. Borowski, you see the comment, right? I will read it for the record. Can you see, Mr. Borowski? Okay.
Yes.
The comment next to the photo says, and this is again a post from 9 October 2013, it says, during the war, when the BIA guerrilla unit Skifterat Oaks was formed. You remember that, right?
I don't remember, but it is a photo taken after the war. And Some of them are comrades with whom we worked together during 98 and 99.
Okay, before going to the time and to what you posted, but okay, first of all, you recognize this as a post that you put on your Facebook page or profile.
Po.
Yes.
Let's first look at the people in the photo. So I take it the man standing up right in the middle of the photo, the man with the beard and mustache, that is you, right?
Po, unë.
Yes, it's me.
Okay. You said there are comrades with whom you worked together during 1998 and 1999 in the photo. So can you please tell us who the other person in the photos are? We can start from the man, let's say kneeling just lower, in the lower part of the photo, in the same position as you, but not standing up, but sitting down. The man next to another man with the glasses.
Julius,
I would kindly ask you, Your Honor, and you, Prosecutor, I didn't say that all of them, but some of them that I recognize are people with whom we cooperated during 1889. The others, we knew them after the war. The person sitting, the one wearing glasses, this I know, is Yakub Ismaili. The bald one is a friend, my friend Gani Sopi.
Madam Prosecutor, but it's not clear for me now where is the bald person.
I think Mr. Borowski is indicating the man who's standing in the middle of two other men on the left-hand side, right next to the person wearing black shirt and black pants. Is that correct?
I see the witness nodding. Okay.
Okay, so this person you said is Gani Sopi, right?
jo.
No. On the opposite side, in green, from the picture at least I see, in the middle, that is Gani Sopi. On my right-hand side, now I can show, not this one standing with a shawl.
I have a suggestion, Your Honors. Maybe
Yes.
we can have the witness mark on the screen people with numbers, so we can say number one is, etc. So if Madame Court Usher, please, could assist us in doing that. Mr. Borowski, you will be provided with a marker, and you can indicate with that marker people. So let me guide you in that process, please. Okay, perfect. So number one, who is this person that you marked with number one?
He is my friend, my co-fighter. We were together, Gani Sopi.
Was Gani Sopi someone with whom you worked and cooperated during 1998, 1999?
From the very beginning, actually from when we were very young, for 40 years, I would say, and we worked together all the time. We are also neighbors, very close neighbors.
Gani Sopi, a member of the guerrilla unit BIA? Did you hear my question, Mr. Borowski? Before we move to another person, let's first finish with this.
Po
So-
ishte pjesëtar i
Yes, he was a member of the KLA of Pristina part, where I was along with him.
Mr. Borovci, please wait for Madame Prosecutor to finish her sentence. Then give it some time and then please start talking. If not, we have serious problems of interpretation. Thank you.
Can I ask you, Mr. Borovci, if you understand English?
më mirë në gjuhën shqipe.
I prefer to hear Albanian because it will be clearer to me.
Do you understand also English? Maybe that's what is causing the problem.
Pak e kuptoj.
A little.
Okay, that's clear. So let's try to wait for the interpretation before answering questions and for me before asking questions. I want to go back to the question that I was asking you. I asked you whether Mr. Gani Sopi was a member of the guerrilla unit BIA, and you replied at line 13 to 14 of page 48 of today's transcript, yes, he was a member of the KLA of the Pristina part, where I was along with him. So are you saying he was also a member of the guerrilla unit of BIA of the KLA? Is that correct?
Nuk është e saktë.
That's not correct. I said that he was part of Pristina, not of Kosovo, so part of the KLA Pristina. In the beginning, we were both members of the Pristina part. In the beginning, we did not know who was BIA. Just before the 24th of March, when the bombing started, we understood it was BIA. That's why I particularly said that this friend of mine and myself were part of the Pristina part of the guerrilla unit. And later on, we found out that we were part of the guerrilla unit, BIA.
Okay, regardless of when you heard about it or when you found out, with today's knowledge, you're saying that Mr. Ganisopi, like yourself, was part of the Pristina guerrilla unit of BIA, correct?
Po.
Yes.
Okay, so let's now move to the second person that you said you know in this photo and that you marked with number 2. Can you tell us again who that person is on the photo?
Po, ky është
Yes, this person is Jakub Ismaili, marked with number 2.
me të cilin
With whom I worked in the LDK and the Emergency Council of Pristina. From territorial point of view, he lives not very far from Velania. I knew him and we had common activities that we both carried out, both in LDK and in the Emergency Council.
And was Mr. Jakub Ismaili also working with you, cooperating with you in the Pristina guerrilla unit?
me te do thot
With him, I met later. In terms of Butovs, but initially I came to know him through LDK because he was a member of the LDK and of the Emergency Council too.
And specifically with regard to 1999, do you know whether he was also cooperating or working with the Pristina guerrilla unit?
He worked for the Liberation Army of Pristina and, of course, for the guerrilla because it was part of the Liberation Army, but normally he was engaged through the Emergency Council, or more precisely, sub-council of the part where he lived. He mainly dealt with the medical part.
For clarifying, so I understand that in addition to Mr. Ismaili's duty or work with the Emergency Council and the medical part that you mentioned, he was also working for the Pristina guerrilla unit, correct? Just yes or no, please.
Exakt.
Correct.
Summarizing what you said, I just want that it is clear for the record. Okay. Okay, so these two people, do you know anyone else in the photo? And if you do, can you please mark them with the next person with the number 3 and tell us the full name, please?
Këta I njoh pas luftës.
I know these persons after the war. I did not know them in 1998 and 1999, and not even before that. I know them from after the war. Before the war, I didn't know any of them with the exception of the two persons marked.
Okay, well, let's try to go through these different time periods. So first of all, I want to go back to what you said about the time of the photo. Now, if I can have again the, no, I cannot, that's right, okay. I'll read it again for the record. I don't want to remove the current photo because otherwise we will be losing the markings. So that's fine. I'll read again, I'll summarize what the comment next to the photo was saying, which was, during the war, when the BIA guerrilla unit, Skifterat Oaks, was formed. So that is the comment that you, Mr. Borovtsi, put next to this photo when you publish it on Facebook. Is that correct?
This is correct, but this post was made 13 years after. So if you go back to the picture, you will see that the post is from 2013. I don't have it before me, but I think the year of the post was 2013.
Mr. Borovtsi, the post is dated 9 October 2013. However, I was asking about something else. I was asking about, first of all, the fact that the comment next to the photo says, explaining the photo, during the war, when the BIA guerrilla unit was formed. And also by the look of it, this doesn't look to me like a recent photo from 2013. Is that correct? Is this a photo from 2013?
I said it's a photo from after the war. I cannot say it's from 2013 or 2012. My point is that it's not a photo from the time during the war, it's from the time after the war.
Then you're saying you don't remember when the photo was taken, correct? Yes or no, so that we can...
No, I don't remember when it was taken.
However, despite the comment which says during the war, you are now saying that this photo was taken after the war, is that your evidence? Just to be clear.
Po, pas luftës.
Yes, after the war.
Për shkak se
Because
nëse ka mundësi
if possible, or if this could be of help to you, during the war, not all of us had uniforms. And after the war, we made photographs with us wearing uniforms for the sake of the memories, because during the war, not all the soldiers had uniforms. There was shortage of uniforms. That is why I said, this is my photograph, this is my writing, my post, but the photograph itself is not from the time of the war.
Okay, so you're saying that the photo is from after the war, and do you remember if it's just some months, years? Can you give us any specifics about that? Or not? If not, that's fine too.
do të gaboj të them me muaj.
I would be wrong maybe to tell you in terms of dates or months, but I can say it's not from during the war, it's from after the war.
Yes. I don't want to interfere with your line of questioning, but for me it's not clear why the witness is referring to uniforms on the picture, or making pictures with uniforms, because I don't see, but maybe because the picture is not clear, I don't see people with uniforms, I see people with ties. So if you have that in your line of questioning, that you are going to put a question on that, please proceed with your line of question. If not, I want to have a clarification on that.
Of course, Your Honors.
Your Honor, may I have one suggestion?
Defense counsel, I just realized that the witness has informed us that he knows English.
Yes.
So if you're going to say something with regard to the content,
Yeah.
then it's better to have the witness removed from the courtroom.
Okay.
Yes.
Then let's.
Okay. Mr. Borovci, please take off your headphones. We will usher you out, and then you will be brought back. Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Yes, Your Honor. In line, page 51, line 25, the counsel just said that the comment was explaining the photo. And I do not know if the comment actually explains the photo. It is a suggestion of the prosecutor that the comment explains the photo. It does not necessarily have to explain the photo. It can be just any kind of comment, not necessarily explaining the photo. So
Your point is made.
thank you
Thank
very
you,
much. That's
Defense
all I
counsel.
wanted to ask. And maybe if counsel would like to maybe do something with it, whether
Defense
it's
counsel.
necessary or not.
Defense counsel, your point is clear.
Okay.
Thank you. Madam Prosecutor, I see the point made by the defense counsel. So if you could proceed, bearing in mind these two comments, please.
Of course, Your Honors, I will ask the witness a question related to that, so that it will be clear what we all mean.
And also with relation to the uniforms he is referring to, because I don't see any uniforms on the picture.
Yes, Your Honors, I'll...
Very well. Madam Court Usher, could you bring the witness back?
And Your Honor, possible to make the photo a little bit lighter that we can? It's kind of dark. I was wondering whether that's possible.
Mr. Court Officer, is that possible? Welcome back. Defense Counsel, I was informed that this is the evidence how it has been brought in. It cannot be made any clearer, and moreover, we have already marking on it. So now we cannot do anything also from the technical point of view.
Your Honor, and
Madam
also just for the
Prosecutor.
record, it seems that the photo is clear enough for the witness to be able to recognize people, so I don't see any issues.
No, I agree with you, Madam Prosecutor, but it could have been helpful if it would have been a little bit clearer. But yes, the witness is able to recognize people on the picture.
Yes, of course, Your Honor. This is the quality of the open source material. Okay, Mr. Witness, I have some follow-up questions. Again, we were discussing this photo. So first of all, in relation to the comment that I'm trying to understand, during the war when the BIA guerrilla unit was formed, is this comment related to the photo?
I comment ka qenë
That comment was a free comment. It had nothing to do with the photograph. It was just a comment made after 13 years. It had nothing to do with the photograph or with anything specific. As I said, it was a free comment made after 13 years after the war ended.
And that you made in relation to this photo, like, how do you say, attached to this photo, for this photo. It is next to it. It is the comment with which you posted the photo, correct?
komentin për
The comment in support of the army, the KLA, the guerrilla, it's a very natural comment. It's completely part of me because then in 2013, in 1998, and now I have the same conviction about the army. It was the brightest page and most glorious page of our nation. It was a just army for the freedom of the people, for their rights.
Excuse me, Madam Prosecutor, I just want to ask a question. Could you explain to the panel, Mr. Witness, why you posted this picture with this comment together? And please don't turn around, just give a comment, because I don't understand why you would post a picture and say something next to it and that there would be not a relation. Maybe it's like that, but please explain me why you proceeded like that, in order for us to understand it.
vetëm shajt respektit.
Just as a sign of respect. In order not to forget the past, but remember it after 13 years. So it's as a sign of respect, remembrance, nothing else. This is what I think. The logic behind the post made in 2013.
This picture. Why didn't you post a picture of a, I don't know, a tulip? Why this picture and not another picture?
Po kur
Kur flas për luftën,
When I speak about the war, I want to post a photograph of war. When I speak about the KLA, although I did not have the uniform, I wanted to post a photograph with the uniform of the KLA. So that is why I did this.
The floor back to Madam Prosecutor.
Yes, thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Witness, again, you mentioned uniforms. Am I correct that I do not see anyone in this photo wearing uniform? So, is that correct? Can we agree on that?
pajtohem se këtu
I agree that nobody is in uniform. However, Madam Prosecutor, this photograph has nothing to do with the war period. This photograph was taken after the war. It is a photograph taken once the war ended. It could be taken in 2000.
Again, can you explain why you said during the war, in the post next to it? Can you explain that, during the war?
nuk është fotografi që
It's not a photograph that we made during the war time. This photograph was not made during the war because I don't know them. They are not part of the people with whom I work during that time. That's why I'm saying.
I saw that person number 1 and number 2, Mr. Ghani Sopi and Yaqub Ismaili, were people with whom you worked in those times during the war, and that you said were also part of the Pristina guerrilla unit. Right?
fillimisht
Just a
Initially,
simple question.
Ganiu ishte
Ghani was part of Pristina initially.
To summarize so that we can move on.
po
Okay.
Yes.
So you said that, I understand you knew people number 1, persons number 1 and 2 already back then. You say you didn't know the others in those times. Did you later acquire information or knowledge about who these other people in the photo are? Yes or no?
po
Yes.
Now you do know who the other people are.
jo
Not all of them.
Just focus on those that you know, whose identity you know. And can you please tell us who the other people you know in this photo are? I think next number is number 3. Can you please use it to indicate the other person that, whose identity you're aware of?
me të thonë të drejtën
To tell you the truth, I know them, but it's been a long time now. Maybe with their last names, I can identify. The one next to Ghani, I don't remember his name and last name for the moment. Because since 2002 or 3, I did not have contacts with him, but as a face, I do know him.
nuk po më kujtu
I don't remember the name.
Out of the people
Për
depicted
njerëz-
in the photo?
s'po më kujtu ky në
The one in black clothes, worked and probably still works in the post-Kosovo police.
Mr. Witness, could you indicate
Emrys më kujtohet e vezani.
Mr. Witness?
I don't remember his name.
Mr. Witness, if I talk to you, please look at me and then we can have a conversation. You're talking now about somebody who, about whom it's not clear for the panel who you're talking about. So could you please, and I look at Madam Prosecutor, I would like to indicate with number 3 who that is, and then you continue talking, because if not, it's not clear. Madam Prosecutor,
Yes,
you have the floor.
you have, Mr. Witness, you have indicated with the number 3 someone whose name you don't remember, and that you said works, you believe works for the police, right?
Po, ka punuar në
Yes, he worked with the Kosovo police, and I think after the Kosovo police, he got employed with Post Telecom. He's an engineer by profession. I cannot remember his name as a long time has passed. This photograph is from after the war, and I do not remember his name. However, he worked with the Kosovo police.
Let's move on. Now, Mr. Witness, we saw these 2 photos depicting and mentioning BIA, and I want to ask some clarifications in relation to your prior statement to the Defense Council. We can save this photo. I'm done with it, so if we can please save the photo with the markings done by the witness.
Thank you, Madam Court-Usher.
When Mr. Court Officer is ready, yes.
Please, we have to wait for some technicalities to proceed. A number is now being given.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Your Honor, the markings made on SPOE 00325566 will be assigned P00211 MFI. And could counsel please confirm the classification, please?
The classification can be public. It's a public post.
Okay, and it will be public.
Or we can also indicate it in the filing at the end of the month, Your Honors. Maybe it's better. Let's do it that way.
I have a preference for that, and then we can see it in in a more holistic approach.
Yes, exactly. We will indicate it in the filing at the end of the month, together with the rest of the material used by the witness. Okay, thank you. I'll proceed.
Madam Prosecutor, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honors. So I was mentioning that I would like to clarify some of the statements that you gave to the Defense Counsel in your statement. And for this, I would need the defense statement of Mr. Borovtsi, dated the 31st of March 2021, DSM 00570 to 00578, and I would need page 7, the very last paragraph. Mr. Witness, I just want to ask you about when you were asked about your knowledge of BIA during the interview with the Defense Counsel. So in the English is page 7. the very last paragraph, so if Mr. Karofsky can please, yes, exactly. Mr. Witness, I will ask what you said to the defense counsel, and then I will ask you, I will read, sorry, what you said to the defense counsel, and then I will ask you for some clarifications. So you were asked, I'm reading for the last two sentences at page 7, have you ever heard of a group or unit called BIA? You asked a clarification. Are we speaking about Bari, Ilir, and Agron, or do we speak about the Serbian BIA? Can we go to page 8, to the beginning of page 8, so that I'll continue? The top part of page 8 in the English, please.
Excuse me.
I see. I think I see your point. Please, defense counsel.
I think, Your Honor, for the Albanian version of it, we should stick to the previous page.
Yes.
I see that that corresponds then with it. So, sorry.
Thank you very much for your assistance, Mr. Defense Counsel. Thank you. So I'll continue reading from the English. So the next question of the Defense Counsel was the Bari, Ilir, and Agron, BIA. Have you heard of that? Your answer was, yes, I heard about it. The next question of the Defense Counsel was, when did you first hear about this? And you replied, just some time before the 24th of March. Then you were asked, do you know what it was? And your answer was, I do not have a lot of knowledge because, I guess, because I did not deal with them. We knew that they were working for the good of the country and that they were real patriots. And then you were also asked who told you that. We heard this from Professor Mustafa, Salih Mustafa, from Isa Castrati, and I myself later got convinced of that. At the end, they gave their lives for the good of this country. Do you remember saying this part that I read to the Defense Counsel in your interview with them?
Yes, correct. That's how it is.
Only heard about BIA sometimes before the 24th of March, right?
Yes.
And you also said that you did not have a lot of knowledge about BIA, right? And that you did not deal with them. That's what we read. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sakt.
Correct.
In relation to also the photo that we discussed, is it fair to say that you didn't know about BIA more details than those that you told the Defense Counsel?
Edhe fotografia.
The photo and the posting next to it and what I have told the lawyer are the same, one and the same. Only the photo is, when I say at the beginning, when we were formed, when we were organized as a team, we had no idea about the BIA unit. Prior to 24th of March, thanking Isa Castrati and Mustafa Sopi, who knew about the KLA, who knew about Salih Mustafa, who knew, especially Professor Mustafa Sopi, they told us who they are, more or less, but we were very wary of speaking because of the danger. But what I've said here, I stand by that. Later on, we realized that we, too, were part of the guerrilla of BIA, part of the KLA of Pristina.
Let me ask you this. By the time that you gave your statement to the Defense Council, which was the 31st of March 2021, is it fair to say that you knew more about BIA than what you told the Defense Council?
What I have told the lawyer is correct, and I stand by that. If I look at it from today or from 2013, you would understand that I know more. But when I spoke to the lawyer, I referred to the context of the time, that is 98, 99, especially the beginning. That is why I have...
Let me interrupt you just to specify that the questions were asked in the present. The question, do you know what it was? And you said, I do not have a lot of knowledge because I did not deal with them. You did not clarify that this was in the past, that you did not have knowledge back then, and that you acquired later. I do not have a lot of knowledge because I did not deal with them. This sentence speaks in the present. Would you agree with that?
It's a matter of translation, of course, but I still am saying, and this is what I thought then, meaning that at that time, and I refer to the period of 98 until before 24th of March, we knew less about certain individuals because people worked underground secretly. After 24th of March, people started to tell us who certain people or individuals were.
I was making a different point, but thank you for clarifying. Can I also ask you whether, I understand you were given an opportunity to read your statement. I see that, the defense statement, I mean, I see that you put your initials on each page and that you also signed the last page. Is that correct? You reviewed it before signing it, right?
Yes, I read it and I signed it. And I don't see anything wrong, and I am saying that I stand by this. This is what I said then, and this is what I'm saying now.
Thank you, Mr. Borowski. Let's move on, please. Now I would like to show you another picture, again from your Facebook account. Can I please have ERN SPOE 00325564 to 00325564? We see on the side that the date in which you posted this photo is the 9th of October 2013. We can just focus on the photo, please, since I don't need the text. There's no text, actually. So, Mr. Borowski, you have this photo on the screen, right? Can you see it?
Yes.
Person on the right-hand side of the photo with beard and mustache, between the two men with a green hat, correct?
Yes.
Salih Mustafa on the far left-hand side of the photo. There is the man with glasses wearing a red beret, correct?
Correct.
And Salih Mustafa, there's Adem Shehu, the commander of Brigade 153, correct?
Madam,
Your Honor.
I'm first going to make... I would prefer that you would make, for these two persons, I can understand the closed questions. For the person in the middle, I would prefer an open question. Defense Counsel, I saw you're standing. We were on the same
At
line.
the same point, Your Honor.
Yes, very well.
Of course, Your Honors, I'll ask the open question. Mr. Borovci, can you tell us who's the person sitting in between you and Mr. Salih Mustafa?
The person sitting between me and Mr. Salih Mustafa, I didn't know him then. If you ask me now, yes, he's Adem Shah. At the time, I didn't know him. When I say at the time, I mean during the wartime, because this picture was taken after the war.
Photo was taken.
When this picture was taken, I knew him because they spoke about his work, about his commitment. That is, I heard, because I didn't know him during the war. I never met him. But this is a picture taken after the war, and they spoke about that he was Adem Shah.
I'll go back to that. Let's first finish with the identification of the people in the photo. Can you tell us who is the person on, let's say, on the far right-hand side of the photo, the person whose face is only half visible?
This person also didn't know him during the war. After the war, we met in the context of associations, meetings, elections, and I knew that he was Fatmir Sopi. But during the war, I didn't know him, I didn't meet him.
And in relation to the time when you said the photo was taken, do you remember when that was?
I don't remember.
No recollection? No even approximately of when this photo was taken?
I don't remember because it was taken after the war. And I don't want to give you an erroneous date. I don't remember.
Okay. Again, I will ask you for a clarification concerning what you told the Defense Counsel in the statement of the 31st of March. And so before we move on, and just to be clear on this photo, did you know the people in the photo when the photo was taken?
Excuse me,
Defense
Your Honor.
Counsel, if you want to say something about the content, we
Yes,
have to
Your
usher
Honor.
the witness out.
Yes.
Mr. Witness, we will ask, I will ask Madame Court Usher to usher you out, and then we will discuss, and then you can come back. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Yes, Your Honor. I think that the witness answered that he does not know or remember when this was taken. So how can he possibly answer the question that at that moment when this picture was taken, that he would have known these people?
I think that those are two different things. The fact that you don't know when the picture was taken doesn't avoid you knowing the persons at the moment that it was taken. I mean, no, those are really two different things.
Disagree, Your Honor.
Okay,
And also, Your
I
Honor,
think, no, yeah, that doesn't, yeah, we proceed. Something you would like to?
Yes, no, I just wanted to ask that my recap question at the end was also because the witness answer was clear in relation to Adem Shehu, whether you remember he knew him at the time of the photo, but wasn't clear about the second person, Fatmir Sopi. So with the final question, I just wanted to set the record clear. That's why I asked it again.
I see your point in this respect. Madame Kortoscher, you just sat down, but could you bring the witness in again? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Witness. Madam Prosecutor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Borovtsi, so before we move on and we leave this photo, can you answer my last question? I was just asking whether, in relation to the people in the photo, and specifically, Mr. Salih Mustafa, Mr. Adem Shehu, and Mr. Fatmir Sopi, can you tell us if you knew them at the time when the photo was taken?
At the moment the photo was taken, I knew Salih Mustafa. As to Adem Shehu, I didn't know him much, and Fatmir I didn't know, which means it's a meeting after the war. Maybe it was the first or the second, I don't remember, but it is a meeting after the war of 99. In fact, after 2000 it must be. I don't think it's taken right after the war, but I can't give it a date. And this other person standing, I know, the other, I don't.
Who is the other person standing whom you know? I mean, I can guess, but I would like you to specify that.
The one standing is Jakub Ismaili, if I'm not wrong.
Standing on the back of, sorry, let me finish, sorry. There are two people standing on the back of Mr. Salih Mustafa. Is Mr. Jakub Ismaili the person, the man with the glasses?
Yes.
Okay, that's clear. We can leave this photo, thank you. Mr. Borovtsi, again, I would like to ask for clarifications in relation to your statements concerning your knowledge of Brigade 153 and also about specific people. So can we please have again the defense statement of 31st March on the screen? The ERN is the same, DSM 00.
Wait.
Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we have not discussed Brigade 151 yet at this moment in time.
Yes, exactly. So I'm going to ask questions about that before the statement is...
I prefer that you first ask him, and then we can go to the prior statement. So please proceed.
Of course, Your Honor. So, Mr. Witness, what was your knowledge of Brigade 153 during the war?
I didn't have any knowledge about this brigade during the war.
And again, what was your knowledge of Mr. Fatmir Sopi and Mr. Adem Shehu during the war?
I didn't have any knowledge about Adem Shehu either. I heard about him, but I didn't know him.
If now we can have the excerpt on the screen so that I can ask some more specific questions. Yes, Your Honors.
On this topic, for the record. Please proceed, Mr. Court Officer.
I would need page 8, please. Once the English page 8 comes up, I will proceed with reading some portions of that statement, Mr. Borowski. I think it's page 7, actually, in the English. Yes. So the top part, thank you. If you can zoom, if Mr. Court Officer can zoom in a bit, please. Thank you. In a way that the whole sentence is visible. Okay, that will suffice. Thanks. You were asked about specific KLA members in your statement by the Defense Counsel. So I want to look at what you said in relation to Fatmir Sopi. Did you ever meet Fatmir Sopi? You were asked. At that time, I did not know Fatmir Sopi. Even if I would have met him, I would not have known him. Only after the war, I learned that he was part of the KLA too. You are then asked about Adem Shehu. Have you heard of Adem Shehu? I heard about him. Have you ever met Adem Shehu? Only after the war. Do you know anything about Brigade 153? No. These were your answers, correct?
Your Honor.
Defense Counsel, you have the floor. Is it on the content? If not, I have to. Okay. Could you please? I don't hear you.
I think the Albanian page does not correspond with the English page, so maybe the Albanian page should be the previous page or the later page. Sorry? Say it again.
I cannot advise Mr.
It's
Court
the previous
Officer
page.
on this.
It's
In the Albanian is also the previous page.
Yes.
Yes. In any case, Mr.
Okay,
Borowski,
here we are, I think, with
Mr. Borowski, did you get the interpretation of the portions that are read? Did you understand them?
I heard it, I understood it, and it is precisely as I have stated in my statement. If you want some clarification, I'm here for that. I will be most happy to answer you.
So, you did.
this does not correspond with that.
What we will do is we worked in the past only with the English translations, and then we did not pull up the Albanian translation because our language service provides us the service with the interpretation also for the witness. And I prefer to continue in that way because I realize that I cannot check it. And if the wrong page is up, it can be confusing. So for now, if there's no specific reason to pull up the Albanian version, we will proceed only with the English version. And if there is a question of, if there is a question or a need for further clarification for the witness, because we don't want to confuse him, of course, then we pull up the Albanian.
Of course, Your Honors. I think it was clear for the witness, but I will ask him again. Mr. Borowski, it was clear to you what I read and what you received the interpretation of in relation to those portions from the defense witness statement, correct? Was it clear or not?
What you read out to me was clear, and what I also stated there is clear.
So I wanted to ask you a clarification about what you said. So you said, and this was again 2022 March, You said you only heard of Adem Shehu, you only met him after the war, you did not know anything about Brigade 153, and at that time you did not know Fatmir Sopi. Even if you had met him, you wouldn't have known him, and only after the war you learned he was part of the KLA. So this is what you said. So my question was, you did not specify, in fact, by the time of the interview was taken, your full knowledge, your knowledge at the time of the statement about Adem Shehu, Fatmir Sopi, or Brigade 153. Is that correct?
At the time of the interview, and then when I was asked about the period 98-99, and my answer is the same then and now. Because of things I might not remember. When I don't remember, I don't say what I state, what I declare, I stand by them then and now. I did not know. I never met him. I met him after the war. And in terms of this photo that you showed me, I said the same thing.
Prosecutor, for me, your question is not completely clear, as what I read is that he is declaring about at that time. But maybe I misunderstood you.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, the time wasn't specified, and that was the gist of my question.
Okay.
The witness has given its answer.
May
So I'll
you may
continue.
proceed.
Yes, I'll
but
continue.
I see in the statement, at that time I did not know. But anyway, it has been clarified by the witness.
Mr. Witness, I'll move on, and we have taken into account your clarifications.
Madam Prosecutor, Mr. Witness raised his hand. Am I right? Would you like to say something?
Yes, I raised my hand. Your Honor, I thank you as a presiding judge to give the answer that I wanted to give. Nothing has changed from what I declared then and now. As regards the time, you answered yourself. You asked me about 98, 99, so thank you, Your Honor.
I would never do that. I tried to summarize what I read. Please proceed, Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Borowski, with regard to Mr. Salih Mustafa, do you consider him a friend?
I considered them a friend when I knew him and learned about his activity from the meeting we had in Butovsk. And today I consider him a friend, and he is a friend, because we were linked with the common work for the freedom of the country, for the liberation of Kosovo, and the character that is the humane character, that is our commitment to assist the civilian population. From what I have seen, what I've heard, the work, his approach to work, ever since I knew him, I am very convinced, and I say it in full responsibility, that Salih Mustafa, and you will be convinced of that, I have trust in you, that he will be declared innocent.
Let me ask you, do you remember learning about the fact that Mr. Mustafa was called for an interview by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office? I see that Mr. Borowski is raising his hand, Your Honors.
Mr. Borovci, please, you have the floor.
vetëm pak
Can I hear it louder because I can't hear it very well?
Can assist you.
mi-
It's good now. Now it's better.
Very well. Madam
faleminderit.
Thank you.
Prosecutor, please proceed.
So I'll repeat my question. Do you remember learning about the fact that Mr. Salih Mustafa was called by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office for an interview? Do you remember that?
Më kujtohet
I remember when it became public through the media. That's when I learned. I did not find out while he was there, but I was informed through the media when that was published in the media.
Post to see if that's what you refer to. Otherwise, we will discuss that. Can I have SPOE 00325261 to 00325261, just the post, and then I will call up a comment to it. Mr. Borovci, do you remember seeing this post on Facebook from Mr. Brahim Mekmetai? And it is about Mr. Mustafa traveling to The Hague for an interview. Do you remember that?
po.
Yes.
So you posted a comment to this post, which I want to show it to you. Can I please have SPOE 0032 5271, and I would need both the English and the Albanian, meaning the original, on the screen so we can remove the current photo. Oh, thank you, Your Honor. So sorry, I didn't put the microphone on. So we have on the right-hand side the English translation, and if we can please zoom in, is the third post from the top, yes, to the comment of Mr. Borovci. So Mr. Borovci, on the occasion of Mr. Mustafa traveling to The Hague, you posted this comment to Mr. Mekmetai's post. Have a good journey. Honorable Commander Salih Mustafa, I'm convinced that you are unblemished. Respect forever and ever to all liberators. Do you remember saying that?
Po.
Yes, correct. This is what I wrote. But the post is not mine. I commented on...
I was just asking about your comment. I was just asking about your comment. And can I ask, are you friend with Mr. So anyway, so you remember that, and that's what you said, right?
Po.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Can I ask you, are you friend with Mr. Brahim Mekmetai too?
Po. Well,
Yes. With Mr. Mehmetai, we live close to each other. We grew up together. He's a neighbor. Our houses are very close to one another.
Okay, I will just then, in fact, can I show you like a photo of the two of you? We're done with this post, so we can remove it, please. And now can I please have SPOE 0032 5570. On the side, we can maybe have the translation, which is SPOE 00325578ET. We're waiting for the photos to appear, Mr. Borovci. This is a post dated the 24th of July, 2019. Mr. Mekmetai says, today I met my friend, my co-fighter, Mr. Azir Borovci. I wished him success in the well-deserved post of chairman of the 3rd LDK branch in Pristina, etc. Do you remember being tagged in this post, Mr. Borovci?
Po,
Yes.
Or you and Mr. Mekmetai are friends, right?
po,
Yes.
po shqimi jemi afër.
Well, we do see each other. We live close. Only one road separates us.
I have only one more post, and then I'll finish with this topics, and then I have the last area of questions. Can I be reminded of when is the next break? Is it at 2:45?
You have said it exactly right in 7 minutes. So
Then they will give me specifically the time to do this next post, and then we can interrupt for the break.
very well.
And then I will be able to finish in the next session.
Thank you.
Mr. Borovci, one last post. Can I please have ERN number 105382 to 105383 and the corresponding in the English translation 105383 to 105383 ET? In the English, the text and the photo are more visible. Mr. Borovci, this is a post you made just a few days ago, right?
Jo para disa ditësh, po.
Not a couple of days ago, but this is a post from the hotel where I'm staying here. Yes.
Okay, so after you arrived in The Hague for your
Okay.
testimony, correct?
Yes.
I want to read what you said and then ask you clarification. You said, greetings, my friends. Today I traveled to The Hague to testify for justice and the truth, for the liberation war of the KLA as the most glorious chapter in our national history. Do you remember saying that?
Po, vete kom thonë, vete kom shku.
Yes, this is what I said. This is what I wrote myself. Because the public opinion, for the public opinion to be aware that I'm a defense witness, that I came here with my own free will, and as I'm the chairman of the LDK branch, I wanted to transparently inform the public opinion, and that is why I did it. It's public, made from the location where I'm staying now, and it is true that I said that I'm here to testify for justice and the truth and for the most glorious chapter of the KLA. So this is what I did openly, publicly. Microphone, please.
Sorry. I was saying, yes, that is clear, your explanation and what you said. So let me ask you, do you see your testimony here as furthering the cause of the liberation war of the KLA?
I'm not furthering the KLA cause. The KLA itself furthered its cause for the just and the cleanness of the KLA. The NATO itself is a witness. I'm here and I'm convinced that with my testimony I will help the truth and justice and my comrade. I am convinced in the innocence of the accused and your honors. I'm not asking for mercy, I'm asking for justice, and I'm convinced that justice will triumph in the end.
Thank you, Mr. Barozzi. Your Honors, as I was saying, I'm done with this set of questions, so we could take the break, and I'll finish then my cross-examination after the break. We will have an hour, no, 45 minutes after the break.
We have an hour after the break.
Perfect, yes, I'll definitely finish during the next session.
Yeah, okay, could you indicate how long you think you will be needing?
I think it's only 15 minutes. Of course, it depends on the back and forth, but it's only one topic that I need to address. So I would say 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I will consult with the court officer for reasons of management of time. We will now have a break till 3:15, and then we have another hour to continue with the interrogation. Yes? Madame Court Usher will usher you out. We have half an hour of break, Mr. Barofci, and then we will continue. Yes? Okay, we will meet in half an hour. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Welcome back. And before we usher the witness in, I would like to recall that in case necessary, we can continue tomorrow. So we are not in a hurry. So we if we can, we finish today. But I don't want to impose any pressure on us, because we have to do things carefully and at the necessary pace. Yes. Very well. I will call appearances. We are in the same composition. That's for the record. We can usher the witness in. Madame Court Usher, please. Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Borovci. We will now continue
Thank you.
with your testimony. I will give once again the floor to Madame Prosecutor for the continuation of the cross-examination. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Borovci, I will move now to a different area of your evidence. At pages 19 to 21 of today's live transcript, you spoke about your stay in Bhutan from the end of March 1999 onwards. And in relation to that, first of all, I just wanted to ask you about the dates. So you told us today, and this is at page 17, line 6, that it was on the 31st of March that you were obliged to leave Pristina. Do you remember that?
Yes, on the 31st. We left Pristina. Where we were, left Pristina, whereas on the 28th, 29th, 30, people moved out of other parts of Pristina.
Now, since, as you acknowledge yourself today during the testimony, since you said in your defense statement that this date in which you left Pristina was the 28th of March, can you explain to us what made you specify that it was actually the 31st of March today during your testimony?
On the 28th, there were displaced people from other areas that left, whereas our part where we were staying was surrounded, and we left in the direction of Butovsk. That happened on the 31st of March. I confused 28th of March with the 31st. That's why I wanted to explain. To be accurate, because I'm under oath and I have to be accurate.
I understand, but this was more than 20 years ago, and it's difficult, isn't it, to be precise with dates?
Po, është
Yes, it's true that not 20 but 23 years have passed and you can forget dates. I agree with you. But still, there are some dates, some moments that you cannot forget. They are rooted in your mind and you can't forget them.
When you gave the defense statement, the date of the date you remember was the 28th of March, which you associated also to the Muslim holiday, and then today you gave the date of the 31st of March.
po kjo ka qenë pikërisht
That was why, because of Bayram, I thought it was on the 28th. That was why I connected the two, thinking that Bayram fell on the 28th. I recalled the celebration, not the date, and then I linked it up with the small Bayram, which was not on the 28th, but on the 31st of March. It's the date when we left Pristina and settled in Bhutan with the civilian population. That's why I explained earlier.
I understand this Muslim holiday changes every year, right? It's not a fixed date.
po
Yes. To tell you the truth, I'm not very good at remembering these dates, how the Muslim holiday changes, but I do remember that the moment that we left where we were, it was difficult for the people to prepare meals for Bayram. And I have always thought that Bayram fell on the 28th. Then I realized it was not on the 28th. Then from the 28th to the 31st, people kept displacing, but in the general date was the 31st of March, when all of us, together with the population, the activists, and the members of the council, left for Butovs.
So I understand you're using as a point of reference the Muslim holiday Eid al-Adha, correct?
po. Edhe Bajrami
Yes, both Bayrams. The Eid al-Adha is a longer holiday after the big Bayram.
And since this holiday changes every year, what is it that made you remember when exactly it fell in 1999? Did you use any aid? Like, what was it that made you remember the specific date?
Kjo është ngulitë.
This, as I said, was rooted in my mind because of the departure. We were under great pressure by the military, police, and civilian Serb forces. Even during a religious holiday, they brought pressure on us. That's why I remembered. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to remember 28th or 31st.
Like how you remember, why you remember that there was that holiday in that period. My question was more related to how do you remember that in that year it fell specifically on the 28th or on the 31st, meaning what it is that made you give that specific date, which was in your statement the 28th and today the 31st. That's what I'm trying to understand. About the date, not about the fact that you associated the event with the holiday.
data 24
24 and 28th and 31st are close to each other. So when in times of trauma or in times of holidays, religious or international holidays, one remembers them. If they were distant apart, I wouldn't be able to remember. But only 1 week passed from the 24th when the strike started and the displacement of the population on the 31st. Initially, I thought it was 28th, thinking of Bayram, but then otherwise I would have stuck to 28th just because I remembered how things really were.
To insist on this. I understand the connection and the fact that you remember these events happened during this Muslim holiday. Now, while the 24th of March, the date of the beginning of the NATO bombing, is a date written in history, meaning everyone remembers it, we can look it up, etc. Considering that it's been 23 years ago, and as you said yourself, it's difficult to remember specifically. My question was, what made you point out to the specific date, whether it is the 28th, as you said, you remember when you gave your statement to the defense, or whether it was the 31st, as you told us today. What is it that made you say it is one or the other, if we agree that it's difficult to remember specific days? So that's why my question. Do you understand?
Prosecutor, I understand. Nothing has changed. I said 28, thinking that it was the Bayram holiday, which in fact was on the 31st. And all the events that took place happened on the 31st, that is, the displacement of the population from where me and my friends were operating. The 31st is the day when we all, together with the population, moved out of Pristina in the direction of Butovs. I remember this date because even during Bayram there was pressure and people were obliged to move out.
Because you seem to be so convinced today that it was the 31st, then my question is, did you look it up? Did you check that it was that day? Or is it because today you remember a different date from the one you remembered on the 28th? And again, we all agree that it's been a long time. I'm just trying to understand.
To tell you the truth, from the 28th, the Bayram holiday, and our displacement on the 31st, I was interested myself to think about them. And then I found out, I realized that, in fact, the Bayram was on the 31st, and not, as I said initially, on the 28th. I mixed it up.
You said you found out. How did you find out?
I asked people who deal with religious matters, who follow these holidays. I follow them, but I'm not a strict believer. Because I asked and I think I mixed them up. And then they explained, I asked the Muslim priest, the Hoja, and they explained to me that it was on the 31st. That's why I wanted to find out before. So from what I've said, only the date is...
Right? You said that? Okay.
I asked people who are more familiar with these issues.
Not, for example.
No, I did not. but I asked people, and they told me it was not that I was very keen to devote myself to this issue.
Your memory wasn't as specific as to indicate that it was the 28th rather than the 31st. Is that correct? Can we agree on that? Sorry, just yes or no. I understood your explanation.
Oh.
I just
Yes.
from your memory. That's what I mean. What's your answer, please?
Ja, dat gaat pas interview.
After the interview, whenever you give an interview, you stop and think. And I started to think.
Explanation. So I just wanted to sum up and therefore to conclude that the 31st didn't come today from your memory, but it is because you investigated, you asked, right? Is that what happened? Okay. Can you give your answer for the record?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on. So, yes, I want to stay to the period where you said exactly, so you went to Butovc. So after the end of March, you stayed in Butovc. At page 19, lines 1 to 7, you said, of today's live transcript, you said that you were accommodated in several houses. Do you remember that?
Madam Prosecutor?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, but because I hear that you have gone to a new topic, I just wanted to bring forward a piece of information which is to be found on the internet. And apparently this religious festivity in '99 was on the 28th. So it even gets more confusing now, because apparently there's, I'm not an expert on this. Wait.
May I add something, Your Honor?
Your Honor, if it is of...
If it is to the content,
yes.
Because I just wanted to confront the witness with this piece of information. But if you want to discuss, you are free to do that, but not with the...
Maybe it's better to have the witness out.
Very well. Mr. Borovci, we will ask you to leave the courtroom together with Madame Court Usher, and then we will call you back in a while.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry, for the record, Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Yes, if we would actually discuss this issue, then I think it is important to ask or to refer to this date, not only to that specific date, but also how long that holiday exactly lasts in the Muslim context.
I would suggest...
yeah, I'm not going to ask anything, but just, you know, this is...
No. But I would suggest that if you want to do that in your redirect examination, you're free to do so. I just wanted to mention the date.
Yes.
But I'm not going into the details at this moment in time.
No.
But you are free, of course, to clarify later on what you deem necessary.
How many days that lasts? Okay.
Madame Prosecutor, something you would like to add at this moment in time?
No, Your Honors.
Okay, very well. Madame Gorterscher, you just came back, but please, can you bring the witness in again? Thank you. Madam Court Officer, you have the floor. Sorry, Madam Prosecutor.
No problem, Your Honor. No worries. Okay, so I'll continue with the topic that I was going to explore now, Mr. Borovci. I gave a little summary, and I'm talking now about the period in which you have moved to Bhutan from the end of March 1999. I was referring back to some of the details that you gave us about that period today during your in-court testimony. So you said you were accommodated in several houses. This is at page 19, lines 1 to 7. Do you remember that?
Kur kemi dalë në
Yes, yes.
You also said that you experienced their shelling and bombing in or around Butovsk in that period. And this is at page 19, lines 21 to 25. Do you remember that?
po.
Yes.
Fair to say that the humanitarian situation in Butovsk from the end of March 1999 onwards was chaotic and severe, based on what you observed. You were there.
Ishte mjaft e rëndë.
It was very severe.
And I understand you were busy and involved in securing humanitarian aid for the population that was taking shelter there, correct?
Kum pas
I was involved in that direction, but I focused mostly on standing guard duty at this point that I referred to earlier. Where the military, police, and civilian forces of the Serb regime were located.
kum qenë më shumë
I was most of the time standing there guard in the vicinity of those forces in order to know and to see whether they left their positions and came in the direction of the population, trying to put up an armed resistance to them, to stop them, so that the population could have time to withdraw from the place.
And I understand you also you were engaged in assisting the local population with food, medication, or other basic necessities. This is my understanding from your defense statement. Is that correct?
derisa isha në
Until I was in Pristina, I was engaged also in that direction. In Butovsk, I was focused more on what I explained to you a little while ago.
Okay, well then I need to clarify something that you said in your statement. Maybe let's bring it up. This is the defense statement of Mr. Borovtsi of the 31st of March 2021, DSM 0057000200578. I would just call the English, and I would please need page 7. Mr. Borovtsi, can you, we have the statement on the screen. I would read the specific part that I want to ask you about to you, and you can hear the translation through the interpretation. Defense counsel was asking you about how the displaced people in Butovce would get supplies. So the question in the middle of the page is, so how would the displaced people get supplies in Butovce? And your answer was, They were supplied from some areas, first from the granaries of the people of Butovc and the surroundings areas like Mramor, Suteska, Vita. They supported each other a lot. Usually, we would take the clandestine roads through the forest and mountains during the night. There were cases that they would bring supplies with vehicles, but those occasions were rare. Then you were asked about whether, Your Honours, I'm going to put all of the parts that I have questions about together since it is on the same page. So if we can please scroll down. Yes, thank you. Then you were also asked about whether you moved around in that period or not. The question of the Defense Counsel was, did you move at all from Butovc while staying in Butovc to any other place before the 12th June NATO coming in? And your answer was, we did not do so ourselves, but there were some relatives in Vitia and Marevcit. There were some relatives of the professor. And because we had some of the population who sheltered in Vitia and Marevcit, but then we would come and go the same day. I'm not so familiar with other areas. Do you remember this part of your answers to the Defense Counsel's questions?
Correct. This is the answer, that is the truth.
Okay, so I understand you would mostly stay in Butovc, but also move around when needed, right?
Right? I said even earlier, I moved once in the direction of VT and in the direction, and you find it in the transcript too, in that neighborhood before Mramor and Sutiesk. I stayed in Butovc. Some heads of households and some soldiers of the KLA, some activists moved. As I have said to the defense lawyer, through the mountain paths or forests, wherever they could. Less so by car, mostly on foot. They have made use of granaries. When I say granary, I mean the reserves that people had in Butovc or in Mramor, Sutieska, Iti. They had their own grain reserves, so they helped each other. Then, whenever we have shortages, we have to go to Pristina.
Topic from the question, but please proceed, Madam Prosecutor.
Yes. Okay, so yes, you would move around when needed, and were you also participating in assisting the local population and supplying aid when needed?
Yes, but within Butovc, when we were staying there, we have to make a distinction.
So, because we were talking about your staying there. So I was just trying to understand the situation there. Okay. So now I want to, so now I want to move to your encounters with Mr. Salih Mustafa. And again, in order to ask my questions in a clearer way, I'll first summarize what you said today, and then I will ask you some follow-up questions, so bear with me, okay?
Yes.
This is page 22, lines 2 to 5. You said that you met Mr. Salih Mustafa on the 2nd or the 3rd of April 1999 in Butovc. You said you met him at the house of Mustafa Sopi after finishing your guarding duties. And this is at page 22, lines 7 to 11. Do you remember that?
Po sakt ashtu.
Yes, correct. That's how it is, as I have said.
Understand from today's evidence that this was the first time that you met Mr. Mustafa in person. Is that correct or not?
Po në Butovc.
Correct. In Butovc. It was the first time that I met him.
You also said that you met him other times, and you specify, I read the exact quote from page 23, lines 15 to 17. You said, we have seen, but we have not talked, but I met him several times, maybe 3, 4, 5 times. I can't be precise. And then you clarified later on, and now we are at page 24, lines 17 to 19, that this was between the first and the second week of April. You said literally, there is the first week of April until the 15th, 17th, 16th or 17th of April. I'm quoting from page 24, lines 16, 18. Are we okay so far? Is that what you said, right?
Më lejoni të mos
Allow me to make an intervention and not just yes or no. I said.
So
Oh,
until now, I was
yes,
just, sorry, let's not
yeah.
overlap.
Okay.
So
Wait till Madam Prosecutor can formulate her question or her remark.
So I've summarized what you said today, and I asked if it was correctly recorded and if it is what you said. That was my question until now. Please answer yes or no.
Jo se keni thonë të saktë.
No, you did not say it correctly. There's probably a mistake in interpretation. You have the transcript. Today I said after the second and the third, I met another 3 or 4 times with Salih Mustafa. I did not say I met with him before the dates 2 and 3. This is what I said.
That is what is in the record. That is also what I read. So maybe it was just a matter of grasping a different set of days, but it is what is on the record, precisely what you have summarized. Okay, so I'll continue. And again, so I'll read what you said. So you said you met Salih Mustafa after the 2nd or the 3rd of April, and that you said you met him 3 or 4 times, right? Before it was 3 to 5, but anyway. Okay.
Yes.
And you did not see him every day, right? It's a simple question, yes or no.
Po, s'ke mund të...
Yes, it was not possible to meet each other every day. I was staying with the family of Ilmi Recita, with the Recita family, and there was a certain distance from there.
Yes, thank you for clarifying. So you did not see him every day. Now, I want to ask you for something in relation to information that we have. Now, also, Mr. Mustafa also gave evidence about his movement in April 1999. And I want to put to you what he said about that period, and then I will ask you some questions. So again, please bear with me. I will first read from the information, the evidence that we have, and then I will ask you for some question. Okay. So, Your Honors, to do this, I need to call up the SPO transcript of the interview with Mr. Mustafa, 069404 TRET, part 7, and I would need page 12, please. It's only the English, and I will be reading from it.
Mr. Court Officer, please proceed.
I need lines from line, yeah, I mean, we already have it. I can start actually from line 3, just to give some context. So, Mr. Borovtsi, so please listen to this, and I'll try to go slowly. If you don't get any of the interpretation, please raise your hand and let us know, okay? The prosecutor asked Mr. Mustafa, were you yourself personally in Slash before the Serbian offensive started on or about 16 April 1999? And the answer was yes. Follow-up questions by the prosecutor. Before that offensive started, how long had you been in Slash for? The answer was, I would usually stay a day, 2. I'd gone to Kamenice, Giljan, Pristina. I didn't stay there constantly. If we can scroll down a bit the page so that I can continue reading. The prosecutor then asked, but I'm asking at that particular time, just before the offensive, because you said you were there when the offensive started. So, how long had you been in Slash at the time of the offense? At the time the offensive? And the answer was perhaps 15 days or 20 days before the offensive. Then, if we can move, because there's a second part again about the same type of evidence, same type of questions. If we can move to page 17 of this same part of the transcript, lines 9 to 15. If you can zoom out a little bit.
What was the page you asked for?
I asked for page 17.
Are we at safe? Okay.
No, it's not the reference that I need. Can we move to the next page, please? And the next one. If we can scroll down, please. No. I have to check my references, Your Honors, sorry.
I understand. Please, maybe you can proceed with another question and your colleagues can assist you on this point.
Page 16, sorry. It was the page before, the 17, not the one after. Yes, okay, so lines 9, yes, and following. Okay, so I'll read also this part. So the question of the prosecutor was, sorry, you said before that you were, before the April offensive started on or about the 16th or 17th of April, you were in Slash. for 15 to 20 days leading up to that time? And the answer was, I think so. It's not constantly, but I was there. The next question was, when you were there, were you staying at the safe house location? The answer was, yes, I slept on the first floor. Now, is it clear what you heard, like the testimony that I just read, these lines from the transcript? Is it clear to you, Mr.
Jo
Witness?
s'kam njohuri për këtu.
No, I don't have any clarity or knowledge about these.
Put a question to you. So what you heard, is that consistent with your observations? You know, you said that you also saw Mr. Mustafa in Butovc. We read that he was also in Zlash. Is that consistent with your observation in that period of time, the first 2 weeks of April 1999? What I mean is, is it clear?
Jo vetëm unë
Again, I'll say, as I already stated, I was talking about the 2-week period in the month of April. I don't have knowledge about these things. I'm talking about the period when I saw him 3 or 4 times. So, and I used that time frame for orientation. It coincides, yes, there are things that are consistent.
Is it consistent that you observed, you saw Salih Mustafa sometimes, and you know, we know from the transcript how many and when, in Butovc, and what we read that Mr. Mustafa said, he was also in Zlash in the same period. Is that consistent with your observation? Is that possible?
unë fola për Butovc që kum taku.
I spoke about Butovc, that I met him and saw him there. I cannot speak about where somebody was if I don't have any information about that. I'm speaking about the time period, about things that I saw with my own eyes when I physically saw him. So within these 2 first weeks, I saw him in Butovc, which means he was in Butovc, and I stand by what I said.
Because you told us the number of times or the frequency or not with whom you saw him, and I asked you whether you saw him every day, you said no, that was not possible. With my question here, I wasn't asking you whether it is true and whether you knew that Mr. Mustafa was in Zlash. My question was, based on your observations, based on what you told us, that is, that you saw Mr. Mustafa in Butovc sometimes in that period. Is what you read consistent or plausible, meaning could Mr. Mustafa also have been in Zlash? Meaning, are the two information consistent based on what you observed? That's my question.
Nuk besoj,
I don't believe that he was in Zlash in that phase in those 2 weeks up until half or middle of April. I cannot say 14th or 15th or 16th as exact date, but I don't believe it would be possible for him to stay in Zlash in the first 2 weeks. He mostly stayed in the family of Mr. Sopi. I was with the Chita family and I was at that observation post, so it was impossible for us to see each other on a daily basis. I hope I'm clear.
Based exactly on what you told us and on the times in which you happened to see Mr. Mustafa in Butovs, which you said it wasn't every day, how can you say that I don't believe that he was in Slash in that phase, in those 2 weeks, up until half or middle April? I'm reading from lines 15 to 16 of page 101 of the current live transcript. How can you say that? What is your basis to exclude that he was also in Slash? How can you exclude that?
Pause.
Yes, because after the first meeting, on the 2nd and 3rd, I met him another 3 or 4 times, but I did not meet him every day. Now, whether I met him on every 3rd or 2nd day, so for this reason, I'm just thinking about it logically. It's not that I have a particular date in my mind.
We have your evidence.
Madam Prosecutor, please, we are now have overlapping speakers, so we should, now everybody should give the other person the possibility to finish the sentence, and he was, the Mr. Witness was still in halfway his sentence. I have a remark of order. We will continue tomorrow because it's 4 o'clock now, and I don't think we will be finishing before 4:15. That's just the point I wanted to make.
Thank you, Your Honor. So today we break and we finish for the day at 4:15, correct?
I have a preference that you, because normally we can only, we finish at 4 o'clock. If we could have finished the whole witness statement by today, we could have used till 4:15. But if you could conclude in a natural moment in your cross-examination, then I would have a preference for that.
Your Honor, I have just a couple of follow-up questions to clarify what we were discussing, and then we can interrupt for the day. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Witness, so yes, as we are clear about the evidence that you gave concerning the times when you saw Mr. Mustafa and the fact that, as you said, I did not meet him every day. My question was, how can you then exclude that he was sometime also in Slash in that same period of time? And I'm asking it because you affirmed, I do not believe that he was in Slash. And I'm asking, how can you exclude that if you just said to us that you saw him 2 to 3 or 5 times and that you did not see him every day? Can you please answer that question, which was a follow-up to what you told us?
I stated my opinion, and that's what I think. I think that during that phase he stayed in Butovs. Whether now he moved from Butovs, I was not there with the family where Mustafa was to observe his movement. I hope I am clear.
You gave us your opinion about that, about whether he was in Butovs and or in Slash or not. Is that correct?
I said that during that period, I think he was in Butovs. Whether he was in Slash or not, that I don't know. I did not stay with him the whole day, the whole night, every day.
Okay. Your Honor, I think we are at a good point where to stop. I would not have much left. I just want to go again through the transcript to see if I need to ask any follow-up question, but I have concluded with the general topics of the cross-examination. So if there is anything left, it would be a matter of some minutes, and it would be just to clarify some of the areas today.
I would say that if that's a matter of some minutes, that you finish on that, and then tomorrow we can continue with the Victims' Council. And I see that the Victims' Council would like to take the floor. Madam Victims' Council, please.
Just to inform your decision making, we will not pose any questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Then
Okay, Your Honor, then...
please proceed, Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Then I'll, because there was another area, but now in light of the evidence, I want to evaluate whether to continue with that or not. If I can continue or not tomorrow, I would appreciate.
We will be continuing tomorrow because I will ask the question to the Defense Counsel. Would you like to go for a redirect examination?
Yes.
Yes. And there are also questions from the panel, so we will for sure tomorrow be in court again.
Okay, Your Honor, thank you.
Right, Madam Prosecutor, you said you prefer to re-evaluate if there are some questions left and then post them tomorrow morning.
Exactly, Your Honors. Thank you.
Very well. So then, Mr. Borovci, we will continue tomorrow with your examination. So for today, we will stop here. I thank you for providing us with your testimony today. And I hope you can take a good rest. And I remind you not to discuss your testimony given up till now with anybody. And we see you back tomorrow morning at 9:30. Okay, at this moment in time, is there anything that the prosecutor, Madam Prosecutor, would like to raise with the panel?
Nothing further, Your Honors.
Very well.
Thank you.
And the Victims' Council?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Very well. And the Defense Council?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay. Then we will call it today for today. We see each other tomorrow morning at 9:30. The hearing is at, I cannot forget them. I thank the stenographer, I thank the interpreters, I thank the audiovisual booth and the security for their assistance today, and of course the parties and the Victims' Council for their attendance. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise.